Yes, yes, I do. Check, check. Can you hear me out there? It is 7 p.m., 3:26, and at this time I will be calling our special meeting to order. We will start with Pledge of Allegiance, and sorry, my apparatus is froze. Anybody for invocation?
No, I didn't pick anybody.
Anybody want to give invocation? I'll give invocation. I'll give invocation after Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Seeing we had no body skip under God, I assume you believe in some way, shape, or form. Please reverence in whatever fashion or form you would like to. Miss Arlene, did you say you would? Okay, absolutely. Take your time.
I'll just do.
Okay.
Mayor's indicated, please reference in the way that you see fit. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you today and this meeting to do the business for the city of Jackson. We ask that you give us the mind and let us hear the word from our community, and that we reference and make the best decision for all. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, if you will proceed with the roll call, please.
Mayor Mahoney,
Present.
Councilmember Robinson,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Wood,
Present.
Councilmember Davis,
Present.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Here.
Present and accounted for. Looking for a motion and support to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Hopefully everybody's got their computer signed in. All in favor. The clerk will tally and display the vote. Let's make sure this thing is working. Okay, agenda passes. So for this meeting, we felt like it would be appropriate for us, instead of starting with comment like we normally do, for us to start with a presentation, so that way we can all have the same information from the presentation. And then after the presentation, then we will go into citizen comment. Maybe that'll help formulate some additional comments, questions, or concerns at that time. But we will start with item number 5, a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Troy White, city engineer, talk about the nuts and bolts of the expense side of the meterless parking system and geographic representation of where it is, because a lot of people don't quite understand that. So, Troy, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you, City Council, for having me here today. This microphone is, I always struggle with it, but it's working now, right? Yes. All right, I just got to get into it. So I put together a short presentation for you guys to talk about options. That's what we need right now. First thing, we're obviously talking about the downtown parking system. There's a map up on the monitor, and it shows you where the district is. It's basically the central business district. The properties highlighted in yellow are those that appear on the assessment roll when assessments are paid. This is the easiest slide, and it's probably the least relevant. What we're going to do is we're going to move on to the options that I've put together and that we can talk about, okay? Give me a second here while I change slides.
Troy, would it be fair to assume that the highlighted properties on that screen are the properties that are assessed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think what we got to talk about, we've got options, but we really need to talk about how we approach the problem. There's a guy here in City Hall who says, you know, when you got a problem, you can either do nothing, you can do stay the same, or you can do something different. Well, to start with, doing nothing really isn't an option, and I'll explain to you why. Staying the same is kind of an option, but it's going to have to be a variation of the same. We can't truly stay the same. Something's got to give. Or we can do different. So I'm going to start, before I start talking about staying the same, or versions of staying the same, I'm going to start with why we can do nothing. On the handouts that you have, there's line L. On the right side of what I gave you guys, it says L. It doesn't show up on the screen, but that shows that we've got a 2018 bond payment. Some work was done on parking lots back in 2018, and we're still paying for that work. So doing nothing, saying, I don't think anybody would want to, but if somebody said, I want to do nothing, we still have to pay that. That money still exists. So doing a true nothing is not an option. The system has to be funded to a certain extent, at least enough to pay that bond payment. So doing nothing is off the table. But that does take us to the options of stay the same. We could stay the same in two different ways. Option one, we could leave assessments where they were last year and stay the same in that way. But we're going to get a different result. Option two is stay the same in another way. We could stay the same with the same services, but we're going to have to assess differently or raise funds differently. So option number one, yeah, the handout is what's on the screen.
I'm sorry. It's on the screen. If you can't see it, we can try to enlarge it. But if you can,
Yeah.
please try to avoid the outburst, please.
So option number one would be staying the same in terms of assessments. Last year, the assessments were about 150 grand. And last year, it paid for the system with the enforcement that we're used to, with the maintenance in terms of plowing and salting and repairs that we're used to. But part of that was paid for, as we've talked about in the past, with drawing down fund balance. It was partially subsidized. So last year's funding sources were threefold. There was assessments, there was permits, and there was drawing down the fund balance.
Is there a way to enlarge that?
Sure.
I know we won't be able to see the entire screen, but if we can just enlarge it, make it a little easier for everybody to see, that would be great. And then if afterwards or at some point we can add this attachment to the agenda for public consumption as well, please.
We'll do that. That shows the costs a little bit bigger.
Thank you.
So I was saying option one, we could stay the same with assessments. Last year, we assessed about $150,000. We sold permits, and we paid for the system by drawing down the fund balance. The fund balance is all drawn down, so that's not an option anymore. So if we stay the same in terms of assessments and we sell permits, but we don't have fund balance, we've got to cut costs. We'd have to slash costs. So cutting costs, what does that mean? Well, we still have to pay that bond payment I was talking about. So then you're really talking about cutting out enforcement. You're cutting out contractual services for plowing and salting. Basically, you're not doing anything except paying for that bond. If we're not doing enforcement, we're probably not selling many permits, because why would you buy a permit if there's no enforcement, right? So this is kind of a radical, but it's doable. But it just kind of show we'd have, in the winter, the parking lots would be covered in snow. And there would be no enforcement, so maybe people wouldn't be using them anyway. They could park wherever they wanted. But we would get that bond payment made. I wouldn't recommend this, and I don't think it's really realistic. Option number two talks about staying the same in a different way. What if we stay the same with the services that we're used to right now in terms of enforcement, in terms of plowing and salting and paying our bond payments? Well, again, remember we're back down to two funding sources. We have to do it either with a combination of assessments and permits, because we don't have that fund balance to draw down. So therefore, we got to make up that difference with higher assessments. I'm going to scroll down a little bit so you can see what we're talking about in terms of revenue. Because if you look at this, at the bottom, the total costs are $403,000. So we've got to figure out how are we going to make that up with permits and assessments. So to get to that $403,000, we're going to do about $190,000 in permit sales. We're going to have some fines, because we always do. But then we're going to have to do special assessments of about $192,000. That's more than the $150,000 that was done this year. But that gets us so we're breaking even. Does that make our parking lots nicer? Get rid of potholes? No, it doesn't. But it keeps us operating. And in terms of enforcement, in terms of plowing, in terms of salting, in terms of fixing signs, in terms of fixing lights, it keeps us going. But it will cost more in assessments. So then the last option, we talked about we can't do nothing. We can do the same assessments, or we can do the same services, but we could do differently, right? I'm going to scroll this back up and we'll look at what that means, okay? So if you look at this, what I'm talking about doing differently would be just doing more of everything in terms of raising revenue. We could raise assessments, and we could raise permit and ticket fees, and try to raise more money so that we can live with the same services we have now and do improvements to the lots over time. We can't go and fix all the lots in 1 year, but if we fund the system better, we can do more in terms of making it better. Now, if you look at the bottom, under the yellow column, which is option 3, the costs are exactly the same as option 2, $403,000. And almost all the costs are the same, because we really wouldn't do anything different except we would raise more money. That's where I'm going to scroll down. If we increase our permit fees, we increase our fines, and we increase our assessments, we can start putting money back in the fund balance. This would raise an extra $300,000. Well, that's good, but it doesn't really get us where we need to do in terms of doing major improvements to the parking. We do know that one of the complaints we get is, well, some of those lots look awful. Well, we've been funding it just enough to operate, but not to make it better. So option 3 would allow us to start building that fund balance so we can make things better. Here, I'm going to take a second. I'm going to switch slides, and then we'll talk about what that would look like. So on that previous slide, I showed you that we're going to start adding to the fund balance. Right now, we would be adding to the fund balance. This is what option 3 would look like. Right now, there's about $43,000 in fund balance. Not very much. But if we start adding that extra $300,000 in, we start building. So in year 2026, it'd be up to $300,000. That's money in the bank, but it's not enough to really do anything with. As we build up over a couple years, we can start paving. We can pave a lot. Then we can start sealing and striping. Then we can pave. Then we can, by the time we get to 2023, our fund balance is going down again, but it's going to keep building over time, and we're looking at kind of riding a wave through time of building up money, doing a project to make the parking system better, building up money, doing a project. And that's what we'd be looking at if we raised assessments, raised permit fees, and we'd stick to it. One caveat that's already been asked to me is, well, if we raise assessments to $300,000, that would do this program through 2050. Well, yes and no. Yes, but it would also require that assessments be adjusted annually to recognize that costs increase. If we raise assessments once, then don't touch them again for a decade, they're not going to have as much value. We could still do some improvements, but just not as many. You know, the level of improvements that we do would be dependent upon, you know, how much fund balance was generated year to year. Yeah, I'm assuming assessments and revenue would go up 3% a year, just kind of as a rule of thumb in terms of permits and assessments. And then I'm also assuming costs go up for construction. They've been, you know, recently they've been, you know, after the pandemic, they were like 9%, then they're 5%, and they're really starting to level off now. But we do know that costs are always going to go up a little bit, right? So that's why, you know, a project down in 2040 is going to be significantly more than a project up in 2026. So those are our three options. If we want to continue along the path we're on in terms of funding, we've got choices, and you know, we can kind of stay the same one way, or we can kind of stay the same the other, or we can do differently. But I think what's important to recognize is doing nothing isn't a choice. We've still got some bills to pay. That's pretty much all I've prepared for you in terms of talking about options. I'd be glad to talk to you guys about it if you'd like to.
Okay. I think I'll hold questions, council, until after we get through with our public comment. But essentially, I think this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Troy, this is basically painting a picture of how we got here, right? Looking at what we're doing currently with the system, what options we have outside of the decision that has been made.
Yes, this is an option of.
This is like just looking at, here's where we are. Here's some options of what we could do to move forward. This isn't necessarily trying to solve for the situation, but just to make us aware. Correct.
Right. It makes us aware of choices for funding the system other than pay to park.
Okay.
And it helps, and it maybe addresses some of the concerns that, you know, it recognizes that costs exist, that it's going to be different going forward, and these are the different ways it can be different. But staying the same and just hitting repeat of last year or previous years, that's not on the table.
Okay. So I would like to move to the next item, which is item number 6. We'll go through citizen comments, and then that'll give us time to hear from the community. Hopefully that'll also garner some additional questions for us to ask and some opinions to consider from our public. So I will start item number 6, which is our citizen comment portion of the meeting, the same way as usual, which is for stating the rules for speaking before the city council. Number 1, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number 2, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizen comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions. Number 3, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during the council meeting. Number 4, should any speaker cause a breach of the peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disorderly or disruptive conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Number 6, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Brad Brzezinski. Did I get that right? Berlinski.
Thank you. My name is Brad Berlinski. I'm here today in my capacity as a business owner at 120 West Michigan Avenue, Suite 1500 across the street.
Oh, let me turn your mic on. Say that one more time for the good of the public.
Testing. 1, 2. My name is Brad Berlinski. I'm here in my capacity as a business owner at 120 West Michigan Avenue, Suite 1500. My law firm has been across the street, Curtis and Berlinski, operating since 1901. We're third generation. We've been committed to downtown. I realize I only have 3 minutes here, so I'm going to do my best to speed through this. First of all, I'd just like to thank you for your service. I know that you make hard decisions and that you care deeply about this community. Unfortunately, I think the decision that was made here was wrong. I watched the March 11th council meeting on YouTube last night. There was thoughtful debate, good questions asked of the council members. It was clear to me that based on the questions that it appeared to be rushed. And I also believe some misinformation was provided for your consideration. And Mr. Mayor, you even asked about a delay, and the advice that you were given was that we should move forward and look at changes later on. Councilmember Forgrave, even after the vote, talked about Battle Creek and that they have a free hour and that we could look at making changes, and he'd be in favor of that. Vice Mayor Dancy, you said we would take a look after a quarter and that see what changes would be made. Respectfully, I don't think that's the right approach. You're agreeing to spend almost $500,000 and then figure it out later. I think you're going to be pot committed and you're going to be reluctant to make changes to reduce revenue. The research that was done, you looked at different communities. I heard Detroit, Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, and respectfully, we're not those cities. They're much larger. I pulled population numbers and research this morning. City of Jackson is about 30,000 people, 35th largest city. Detroit first, Grand Rapids second, Ann Arbor fifth, Lansing sixth. Battle Creek was mentioned. They're larger at 52,000. They have free parking, 2 hours to 3 hours. Saginaw, 43,000, free 2-hour parking. Midland, 42,000 people, free 3-hour parking. Holland, 34,000, free parking. Those are all cities that are larger than you, and they offer free parking, meterless parking. Port Huron, Wyandotte, Marquette, Mount Pleasant, Adrian, smaller but comparable, all free parking, meterless. There was a comment from someone that talked about we're the only meterless system. I respectfully disagree, as my research simply shows there is free, adequate parking in all of these comparable cities. I recommend that you rescind this resolution and that you go back and study what we have and try to make it better. There was numerous comments about bad apples and gaming the system. And I think you should look at trying to target those individuals and whether there's some revenue generation opportunities there. So I respectfully ask that you rescind the resolution. Thank you.
John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. You should have taken questions from the council members to the engineer and stuff like that so we can see even more what you're thinking or what you're not thinking. And it's just many of the problems. There was just the comment seconds ago about the Jackson being the only one with meterless parking. Now, of course, it was, April Fool's, a few weeks early by our lying woke 6th Ward council member. Just the fact, a couple of years ago, all of a sudden I heard, it's almost 50-50 with businesses for meterless, and as it turned out, that's a lie. So when we get this lie, I'm wondering what's going on. We got the city engineer. You need to ask yourself, why is the city engineer doing all this? We have a parking manager, with a couple, that's at that level. And so he ends up in the last meeting, like maybe even 4 or 5 times suggesting that, the big concern with him is that there are people that are pulling up and they're moving their vehicle every few hours, and he wouldn't do that. While he gets, compare him to maybe a single mother that's making $16 an hour downtown. There's a vast difference in his pay and everything like that. And so it's, the lack of awareness of that and what's going on just is really bad. the DDA director gets asked for her opinion. She comes up, oh, and mum's the word. The chamber doesn't say anything. So there's politics going on. Why there's this, almost like we have to go to something else. We got over $400,000 going to DEI so John Willis can say, oh, Jackson's so racist, while he's, making out great, in his own back pocket. Just so many things that are wrong. I went to comments of people, and it's like, it was 600-700, and they're all, except for the Democrats, the secretary of the Democrat Party, everyone was against this. So the money's there. 400K can go to racism. We can have a certain amount
Thank you, Mr.
going
King.
towards parking.
Thank you, Mr. King. Laura Davenport.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I appreciate it. My name is Laura Davenport. I reside at 4055 McCain Road. I own a business, the Blue Julep, downtown Jackson. I have been at the location on Michigan Ave for about 3 years. I was on Jackson Street for five and a half. And I will tell you from my standpoint, I do believe that this will greatly hurt my business. I've had so many customers tell me that they will not pay a parking meter to run into my shop to purchase baked goods. I don't quite understand all the numbers up there, but I do feel that there is another option that just needs to be explored. 2024 was a bad year for my business. Ingredients have been skyrocketing. I can't find egg whites. I don't know what's going on. I can find an egg, but not an egg white. I don't know what's going on there. So I've had to really tighten my belt to make things work. So I'm hoping that the city can do that as well. Maybe look internally, see what we can do to make this work. Thank you.
John Dennis. John Dennis.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. And Mayor Mahoney, I thank you for meeting with us 2 weeks ago to make this happen. I think it's very important. I represent the Grotto Club, and we're in downtown Jackson. We've been in downtown Jackson for over 100 years now. And the city, the problem we have is that the city does not communicate with us. We pay one of the highest parking assessments in downtown Jackson. And the city comes in with the festivals and shuts our parking lot down, and we have to close down, and we lose thousands of dollars of revenue. And on top of that, when the Henry Ford parking lot was out, they let people park in there and with no enforcement, and we lost thousands of dollars of business, and a lot of people on our street did. The thing is, if we pay a lot of parking assessment. If a parking assessment went up $1,500, it would be cheaper for us than having to buy $6,000 in permits per month for our employees to park. We're a nonprofit organization, and we do a lot for the community. We raise thousands of dollars for food bank, Toys for Tots, Salvation Army, and we do a lot of foods for family. And we just think the city's not trying to be fair to us. And all we ask is that, we don't want to fight City Hall. We want to be friends with City Hall. And we just want to be friends and make everything equitable. And I just think if they look at the parking assessments and make it equitable for everybody, it would be a lot better for everybody. And we would not have to, because we will suffer business-wise if we put parking meters in. Our clientele is very old. Obviously I'm old, so we're going to, we would definitely suffer. So thank you for your time to speak this evening. I appreciate it.
Joe Hooper.
Good evening. Yes, I'm Joe Hooper. I'm an interested citizen, downtown supporter, and promoter. Yes, there is a need for money to pay for all these things that we've been talking about, but I don't think meters is the way to go. The city spent so much energy and money to bring restaurants and businesses to downtown to draw in people. New sidewalks, curbs, plantings, hanging baskets, traffic poles. Just, our downtown is beautiful. And it worked. Those improvements attracted people willing to take a chance on Jackson and open a business. And everything has been moving in the right direction until this. And businesses are still trying to establish themselves and stay afloat. And I feel meters will hurt these goals. I believe that the city, the downtown, is the heart and soul of a community, Jackson. And I think the city has done a good job to build that strong core. And now they're looking to harm it. So I just hope that everything is reconsidered here and that we go a different route rather than the meters. Thank you.
Dr. John Lennox.
Yes, my name is Dr. John Lennox. I am a resident, 612 Wildwood Ave. I do not have a business downtown. I am simply a citizen of the city who actually is interested in seeing downtown business owners thrive. I have lived here for about 45 years, and I have never cared to go downtown until recently. I credit you guys in that regard, that you have done a great deal of work to make downtown interesting to come down to again and have businesses flourish. And now it's actually an enjoyable place to be. The problem is you attracted all these businesses with a promise of an environment that you're now changing on them, which is an unacceptable sort of turn of events to businesses that came in understanding this is the way the community works. And now they're going to have to suffer, right? I've been through your budget. I spent a few hours today going through the budget that's online. And I see a number of surpluses in there that seemingly could help us take care of the problems we're doing. I'm curious, though, I have to admit, I'm seriously wondering why it costs somewhere like, I don't know, $450,000 to surface a parking lot. Where I feel like we need a little more transparency in how much we're contracting people to do jobs around here. And I also feel that since there is obviously so much resistance to parking meters, that this needs to be turned over to a city vote, instead of allowing you guys to just sit there and patently make a decision that is going to impact everyone's life. Downtown and businesses that are struggling but staying true to Jackson and putting it through so that they can keep that downtown to be as magnificent as it has become. The Michigan Theater has put millions into becoming a gem of downtown that is actually also helping to attract people to our businesses down there. We want to cut that down too? I think this is probably the dumbest decision that's been made in a long time. Granted, I don't know all your decisions. You might have better ones. But for the most part, right now, this is not a good decision. And I feel you need to go look at your budget, look at some of your surpluses. There's actually a lot of budgets that are in the negative and have been for years, beginning to wonder about mismanagement. All right? So before you make a knee-jerk reaction to turn around and look at us as ATMs, start looking at your own budget. Thank you.
Amanda Loveland.
Hello, all. My name is Amanda Loveland. I'm the executive director at Jackson School of the Arts. We're located at 135 West Cortlandt Street. in downtown Jackson. And I want to start by genuinely thanking you for pausing the parking meter implementation and opening space to hear from those of us directly affected by this decision. And I also want to acknowledge that I do understand why the city is looking for solutions. The cost of assessments and street maintenance is rising, as we've seen in the presentation. Something does have to change, and I want to acknowledge that. Now, that said, Jackson School of the Arts serves 900 children a week. Between 150 and 200 families come through our doors every single day, Monday through Saturday. We only have 19 parking spaces that we own. So we rely heavily on downtown parking to support our students, families, and staff. The proposed $2 per hour parking meters would significantly burden our community. We employ over 40 staff members, mostly arriving between 3 to 5 p.m. We would need to increase their wages to fairly offset those parking costs. That alone creates a substantial payroll increase for our nonprofit that far exceeds our assessment fees. Even more pressing is the impact on the families that we serve. Many of our programs are offered, or all of our programs are offered on tiered dues or fully subsidized basis, with some families paying $0, others paying $15 a month for arts programming. We serve hard-working families already navigating financial hardships. For them, even a few dollars a week means that they would nearly double the cost of attending Jackson School of the Arts, which would place arts education completely out of reach. So I'm not here to oppose change. I completely understand that has to happen. But I do urge you not to move forward with the parking plan as originally proposed and voted on. I'm open and willing, as a nonprofit business or a nonprofit executive director in the downtown area, to be a part of any conversation that finds more equitable, creative solutions that balance the city's needs without unintentionally pushing out the very people that JSA works hard to serve. Thank you.
Bruce Brent. Yes, Gray Brent. Sorry.
I mainly just Bruce Gravert. I live at 521 Spark Street. Just a few comments here, questions for the council. First off is what is the cost of this system compared to the revenue that they showed there of $40,000 a year for fines and tickets? With that being said, are those going to be civil infractions, or are those going to be criminal? If they're civil, who's going to take care of bringing these funds in? If they're civil infraction and not criminal, then at some time you can turn them over to criminal if and only if the city attorney takes them forward. Have we decided that with these fines how they're going to get paid, where they're going to get paid? Have we talked to the new police chief, Mr. Chief Simpson? Is he willing to take them down there? I don't think he's going to. That's a big thing to bring to him. If it goes criminal, have you talked to the sheriff, Judy, to find out if he would house these people in his jail when he can't put real criminals behind there now because he doesn't have room? And you're talking about putting somebody in jail for a parking fine. And lastly, what the doctor said, putting it to a vote of the people in the ballot. So everybody knows that in this audience, if it goes to a vote, what you vote is the way it has to go. If this council puts it into action, they can do with that money what they want after they vote for it. So they may say it's going to the parking lots, but it may not go after they collect it. So push for a vote, put it on the ballot, and let the citizens say whether they want it. And thank you for putting a halt to it at this time. Thank you.
Jared Phillips.
I'm Jared Phillips. Live at 706 Center Street here in Jackson. Also just a citizen here, not a business owner. I kind of echo what the doctor had to say, but at the same time, my grandma said to me a long time ago, don't live beyond your means. And apparently the city can't control their budget enough to live within their means. So it has to be a budget overhaul and look into your budget, look into what you're making and doing, and figure out what you can change in that respect, not just where can we find more money. And furthermore, I also, when I came to this town, I avoided downtown because there was nothing I wanted to do down here, and downtown folded up shop at 6 o'clock at night, so there's no place to be. Now, in the last year or two, I've spent more time downtown than I have in the last 20 years combined. It's become a much better place, a much more enjoyable place to spend time. And if meters come up, I'm going to go right back out where I was before, away from town. It's going to drive away business, not attract business. And I don't come to the council meetings or anything like that to voice an opinion on anything, usually unless it affects me. Last time I was here was when they wanted to do a garbage contract. I voiced my opinion during the garbage contract problem and debate, and the answer the council gave me was, because I said to the council, I said, well, I pay income tax. I pay, income tax on my income for the city. So what good is the garbage contract do? Because they want to charge me for the contract. They're like, we'll give you a garbage contract, but we're going to charge you for it. And I says, well, what good's my income tax doing then? Oh, well, we give you free parking. Well, now what's the next excuse going to be? If my city income tax gave me free parking in the past, apparently it doesn't anymore, so now what? Apparently the city council and the powers that be can't manage to budget their money properly, so maybe we need to change city council. Maybe there needs to be an overhaul top to bottom. Live within your means, that's all.
Sam Ray Andrews.
Hello. My name is Sam Ray Andrews. I've been a business owner downtown for 5 years. I own Karma Knife Tattoo, and I own a couple apartments as well that I rent out to tenants. We're a high-end private studio with 6 artists. A lot of our clientele comes from out of town. About 30% of my clientele comes from out of state. Karma Knife brings in a lot of outside foot traffic to the surrounding businesses in Jackson, like restaurants and all that, after they get tattooed. We're quiet, but I would say a big part of the cultural shift downtown. I'm saying all of this not as a brag, but in an attempt to make clear the importance of my business downtown and therefore my input. I'm a little afraid of being, profiled or put in a box because we're a tattoo shop. But so I actually had a discussion with one of the parking patrol guys a couple summers ago because our clients kept getting parking tickets. And the guy said something along the lines of like, oh, well, no one spends more than a couple hours in a tattoo shop, to which I was like, well, that's not true. Most of our clients spend anywhere from 6 to 8 hours at a time getting large custom work done. So I was in actually what I assume was the minority of people that was like kind of enthusiastic about the idea of paid parking because I've been dealing with clients and employees getting parking tickets for years. However, as the first speaker mentioned, the price of $2 an hour for parking in a city as small as Jackson is absurd. I don't know, much about all of the numbers and stuff either, and our debts and what we're trying to pay with the parking meters. But I do think that we need some kind of option for long-term parking. I don't think anyone's really brought that up today. And forgive me if this is like ignorant or misinformed, because I don't know how all of the inner workings of everything. But I wonder if there's a possibility of having a parking system in place where maybe the first 2 hours are still free, so nothing changes, but then thereafter, there is like a, however much, per hour. I don't think $2 is necessarily the answer. I mean, but yeah, I also wanted to bring up parking for my employees and apartment tenants, which has been an issue in the past as well. I understand that there's employee parking on Cortland and MLK, but my business is on Pearl Street, and while I feel like that's a reasonable walk, I primarily employ women who do not feel safe being parked down there and walking alone at late hours of the night, which is often the case with tattooing. So, just be for real, it's just like not really safe down there, not developed enough, I feel. I've had employees buy parking passes in the past, but it feels kind of messed up to me that they have to pay to work in downtown Jackson, where we're trying to like grow and make this, this thing thrive. And I'm trying to attract people to like come here to like my shop that's in Jackson. And yeah, so that's all I have to say. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you for your time.
Laura Schlechte.
Good evening. I'm Laura Schlechte, 759 West Michigan Avenue. I'm here first and foremost to, I want to make sure credit's given where credit's due, because I know how hard your job is. And I know sometimes everybody focuses on our mayor, and you're amazing, but I know Christy's been working really hard. This is part of her ward. She's been on the phone since the meeting you had on Tuesday and called for the meeting, and I just want to make sure that the constituents and business owners out in the audience understand how hard Christy worked to pull the meeting together, and then got Angelita and Arlene to support her on that. So thank you for doing that, Christy. So the other comments, I don't have a business downtown, so I'm not going to say one thing or another, but I do know your side of it, and I know this is tough sitting there trying to decide what's going to happen, and I kind of already know what's going to happen. But as far as the city goes, I think before we spend $500,000, we've got to make sure we're enforcing that. The people I've talked to don't even understand what the enforcement is. It's at 2 hours and you can't move down the street. I've talked to a lender that's in the Lean Rocket Lab, and they go meet with a client, come back, and they can't even repark in the same parking lot without getting a ticket, and that's just kind of weird to me. You can't have more than 3 of your own cars on a permit. I think your permits are high if you're taking them up to $72. So your system right now seems complicated from what I'm hearing. On the same venue, the store owners and business owners need to take ownership also. I think they have to stop using and rolling their cars, because I had a store downtown, and I would see the store owners and business owners and their employees park in front of our retail store and use the space for 2 hours, and that's not fair to me as a retail owner at the time. Now, my retail store is now just outside the city limits, and I do not have the same traffic or clientele that I had when I was downtown. So I do know that being downtown is very valuable and beneficial. As a patron, I would put money in a meter. $2 is excessive. If you're running into City Hall or the post office, it should be short and free, 15 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever. So those are my quick comments, because I am now out of time. Thank you.
Corey Shelton.
Good evening. My name is Corey Shelton. I work at Shupex Sporting Goods, 141 West Pearl Street. We've been downtown since 1946. We've also seen metered parking downtown, and we've also seen those meters leave downtown. But I digress. Roughly 2 years ago, the DDA held a couple different meetings regarding the implementation of metered parking. I attended those meetings on behalf of Shupex. At that time, small businesses were against it, and it seems nothing has changed. 2 weeks ago, I sent a letter through email expressing our concerns to all board members, as well as a letter from the Lansing State Journal, an article from September 25th, 2024, and that was titled, "Retail and Restaurant Owners Say Metered Parking Downtown is Hurting Lansing Businesses. Are City Officials Ready to Make a Change?" The article highlighted the concerns of businesses in the Old Town area. Small business owners there have seen a decline in their business and foot traffic. They have stated that older shoppers find the kiosks that you're going to use confusing, and hard to operate. There have also been resounding opposition to the proposed metered parking plan for the downtown area. Social media was overflowing with negative comments regarding the proposed plan, and many comments said, "We won't go downtown." People are telling you what they're not going to do. The Central Commercial District is filled with small businesses. Small businesses represent the American dream, and they are the backbone of downtown Jackson business. Stores like Dunham's, Best Buy, Texas Roadhouse, Foot Locker don't open downtown. We need the foot traffic. We need customers who are not impacted by what many see as a tax. People will turn their business away from downtown and shop at the big box stores to avoid the meters. The council is to be commended for the work that you've done over the last decade. You've done a remarkable job building downtown and getting it to become an inviting place. However, the plan that you're suggesting runs counter to that. It seems like you're going to drive people away. A specific article, or a specific reference to the article earlier, this states, Mr. Jordan said Cravings Popcorn, his shop on Turner Street, started losing customers as soon as metered parking was installed in Old Town last spring. Customers are telling us on social media that they will not come downtown because they cannot figure out the parking situation, he said. The metered system is a pain in the butt for some people. It's harder than they want to work to figure it out. This is a tax. It is a tax on consumers so that they can shop locally. You're penalizing people, and on top of that, you're hurting businesses. We understand the solution needs to be found, but there is ample evidence that metered parking is not the option people want, support, or see as a solution. We are open to having constructive dialogue and finding a solution that doesn't threaten to hurt small business. We are willing to be part of that dialogue. We would ask that the city rescind the resolution for metered parking in the downtown area. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Thank you.
Nick Thurston.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nicholas Thurston. I live here in Jackson, Michigan. My address is 410 Van Buren Street, apartment B. I live in Ward 5. I want to kind of continue what John C. King brought up earlier about the DEI spending. It is not $400,000. It was several millions of dollars. We had don't forget, we had a $30+ million surplus of ARPA funding that could have went to address the parking lots, build a parking structure, done a number of things, infrastructure work that was completely neglected for DEI spending. They gave $4.5 million to a TIF on the south side that said that they were going to use the money to improve the MLK corridor and then use the money for a dollar match for a $6.7 million raise grant that's currently going to take place and tear up the MLK Street on the south side. And what ended up happening was the TIF does not want to pay it. They want the project to be done in that neighborhood, but they don't want to pay for it. So City of Jackson is going to cough up another 1.2 something millions of dollars to cover what should have been covered by the 4.5 million that went to the TIF. We still don't even know what happened to that money. But John King is 100% right, and you guys need to look at what's happening right now, okay? The Democratic Party's DEI candidates get into office, they completely neglect our infrastructure, our water infrastructure, our roads, our potholes. They don't discriminate. If your water is poison to everybody's houses, they don't care what you look like, okay? Potholes don't care what you look like. If you run one over, it's going to pop your tires and dent your rims. So these are the things that are actually important. These are the things that we all share. There's a federal DEI ban, finally, which is awesome. The colleges and the public school system is responding, and it's not going to stop there. We're looking for serious government reform. We're looking for people here at City Hall, including you and everybody else in this council, to take this stuff seriously. These are public resources that everybody is supposed to share. Now we're getting a parking tax downtown after you burn through $30 million, and we have basically nothing to show for it. And that is a total disgrace. People in our neighborhood came out and said, we are not for this. What do we have now? This is exactly what's happening. So all the time that we should have been spending focusing on infrastructure that everybody shares, regardless of what you look like. Poor Troy White in his office is saying, you know, we're drowning and don't know how we're going to pay for stuff. So whether it's for people's budgets, their salaries, the raises, or whatever they want, you know, we do have to look at how we're spending the money. John Green's salary doubled from $124,000 to about $250,000 now. What's up with that? So, all right, thanks for your time.
Justin Sherberg. Did I say that right, Justin? Schuberg. Sorry about that.
All right, how's everybody doing? Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Justin Schuberg from Walt's Health Foods, 102 West Michigan. Just wanted to come up and make a comment on the meters, which seems to be the topic, but I really think it'd be negative. Short term, long term, right now is not the time for it. I know it's hard, I know you're trying to figure out the budget and things, but from down the corner for myself, just now is not the time to change up the routine and habits of customers, clients, anyone coming downtown. That's pretty much all I want to say is just that, from my standpoint, I think it would have a negative impact on our downtown business. And to now is not the time. I appreciate your time.
Zach Smith.
Good evening. Zach Smith, 229 South Mechanic Street. Many words have already been spoken. I'm sure many more will be talking about this parking meters, why we're here. But as a business owner and a promoter of downtown Jackson, I too believe that the meters would have a deleterious effect on commerce in the area. In fact, to point out that the proposed fee is far out of line with what people would actually pay, I was recently in Boston, and I drove all over that city, which meant I paid at meters quite a bit. Parking there was still not $2 an hour. If they aren't charging that much in a city with higher cost of living and meters everywhere, how can Jackson justify that price for parking meters which are only downtown? And I believe that it would hurt businesses, right? Especially when there are many options that also have free parking. In fact, rather than raise revenue, I believe that this change, if implemented, would lower revenue and hollow out a downtown that still has vacant storefronts. If and when, and I hope it does happen soon, downtown Jackson is teeming with life and businesses are clamoring to open here. Property values and rents have risen at a pace far outside of inflation, then maybe it makes sense to install parking meters. But like many regulations that businesses in Jackson struggle with, it must be understood that this is not the Magnificent Mile in Chicago or Fifth Avenue in New York or even Carytown in Ann Arbor. And things need to be built up before increased demands are placed on businesses and consumers. Thank you.
Jennifer Spencer.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Thank you. I'm Jennifer Spencer. I am Mechanic Street, born and raised within blocks of this place. I climbed every tree. I rode my bike through every alley here. Started a small business. I think that we are all in agreement that the parking is not going to happen. What my concern is the transparency about who is getting charged what here and everything else. There has got to be some more transparency when it comes to those financial options for everybody that's downtown and paying for them. And thank you.
James Fay.
James Fay from 776 West Bloomfield, and also a representative as treasurer of Found Church of the Nazarene, which is a resident on East Michigan Avenue. I'm also going to speak for the other churches in this district that it sounds like we're going to have our taxes increased 4 times. I'd like to tell the council what will happen, how the churches will be affected. We will invite people to come to weddings, and we'll say, be prepared to pay a parking fee for as long as you're going to be here. I think that that will have a negative effect on having weddings. Our church, and I think at least one other church and maybe 2 churches, sponsor blood drives at no cost. It's hard enough to get people to come to blood drives as it is. And I think if you charge fees, we won't be able to offer those. Our church opens its doors for the farmers market during the wintertime. And I say that literally, and it because of the traffic that's in there. They are literally open. We provide that service to the DDA presently, not very close to our custodial cost to prepare for that event. And our only option, I think, if we continue to see these increased taxes, would be to increase those fees. And even if they want to try to have a farmer's market, because I think that, like other people, people would not come and pay a fee to shop at a farmer's market. Thank you.
Greg Walker.
Evening. I'm Gregory Walker. I live in Rapid City, Michigan. However, my wife and I own a building in downtown. I'm one of the ones that's lucky enough to own some of my own parking. However, and I don't have the scientific research that's been cited here by many people, I have spoken to many of our customers, and this would have a negative impact on our business. Our lunches are just starting to recover from COVID. You're not going to get people down here paying $2 an hour to park. And I don't agree with everybody down here who keeps using the term free parking. There is no free parking. And I understand that on a Friday night in December, when I have every banquet room full, I need those lots plowed. I do understand that. However, I don't feel that there's any reason to raise the current fees. The current fees can be managed, and the city can find other ways to fund the parking. The parking lots are not horrible. There's not large holes in them. I walk all over down here, and there's not a lot of huge holes in the parking lots. I understand that maintenance has to be done, but you need to try to hold the fees. We still have a lot of empty businesses. One just closed down the street from us. I've been here 23 years. I can remember when the street was almost empty. I can remember when they tore up the street. You know, I've survived through all of that. We've survived through all of that. And downtown is making a comeback. But I can tell you from just the reaction of our customers and customers I've spoken to when I'm in other businesses downtown, parking meters are not the way you want to go. Thanks for your time. I appreciate all the hard work everybody here puts in.
Devin Wood. Devin Wood. Michelle Moore.
Hello. Thank you, City Council. It's my first time here. Yeah.
Should have told us sooner that we get you out here.
Yeah. So I was the one that contacted the mayor. Thank you for that meeting. Just a couple things I want to tell you. I have the Blessed Nest at 148 West Michigan. I have Not So Shabby on the south part of town. I've had that for 14. I've had Blessed for 5. I started in COVID, so I've made it through COVID. Now I've made it through inflation. I'm making it through tariffs currently, and now I need to make it through parking. I own that building. I was not asked how I felt about this. I was invited to meetings prior to this one. Prior to the one we set up with the mayor, asking me, would you raise your assessment? I would. Do I want to? No, but I will. I am a little disheartened. I know, Freddie, you do a great job, but I've never seen you in my store, and that in 5 years. So with that being said, Jackson is a destination town. You're not going to Jackson, the downtown, unless you're going to Miller's Shoes, unless you're going to my place, unless you're going to the candle company. Wherever you're going, it's a destination, and people have a choice to either get a gift at my place or they have a choice to get a gift at Target. Target's free, and having parking down here will put me out of business. I did an analogy. I did 5,000 transactions last year. I thought, well, I'll overcome this and I'll tell my patrons that I will give you a parking voucher for $2 if that's what it ends up being. I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't happen at all, but that would cost me $10,000 a year. So do you see why I might pay more in assessments? It makes a lot more sense to me to pay an assessment than to give a voucher. So I am thankful that you reconsidered. I would like to have more dialogue with the downtown businesses and business owners in the future instead of learning about this in the SITPAT. So thank you for your time.
Dodie Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Appreciate the opportunity for all of us to speak. I do not have a business downtown. However, as the manager of the Grand River Farmers Market, I am here today to represent the dozens of vendors that have invested a good portion of their lives in the last 2 years to the market. Now year-round, not here to advocate or oppose. Whatever decision we make, I respectfully ask that you keep in mind how these 60 families at the farmers market have grown in the last 2 years due to the overwhelming support of the community in Jackson that turns out to come downtown to support them every single week. To give you an idea of what they've invested with the growing market and what they anticipate to continue to grow, they've doubled and tripled their herds and flocks in anticipation of continued growth. They have purchased land and entered into contractual land leases to farm in anticipation of market growth. They have actually built greenhouses. They've built hoop houses to extend their growing seasons to better bring fresh produce to the citizens of Jackson. They have purchased additional machinery, large farm machinery. They have purchased vehicles to transport produce. They have dropped or declined other markets to participate in ours. They have, all our farmers, ranchers, flower farmers, and other producers of, for example, honey, syrup, last year, anticipating this year, has to do this in advance. They purchased enough seeds, bulbs, starters, feed, and fertilizer to meet this year's anticipated growth. They have all invested already in their anticipation of this market's continued support and success. So again, on their behalf, I respectfully implore that as you keep this collective of 60 families, 60 businesses in mind that are counting on the city and on me to keep them accessible to the Jackson community, keep in mind that any deterrent to these patrons would be a huge financial detriment to their investments, their community, and ultimately to their well-being.
Okay, that concludes our citizen comment portion of the meeting. Looking confused. Say that again.
Yeah, celebrity wants somebody to talk.
if you haven't turned, did you turn in a blue slip? Come on up, sir. Sorry, you said you did turn one in? Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Oh, if you're more than welcome to as we close, but please make sure you fill one out and turn it in for the clerk's record, please.
Well, thanks for your time. My name's Clarence Cross. Me and my son purchased the building over at 208 South Jackson Street. We renovated that. And I'm here for maybe more for look at other options. When we moved in over there, we put 3 apartments in and 2 commercial units. And when we got people to move into our apartment, we had no place for them to park. So that was a big problem. So I reached out to the city, and I said, what options do we have? And the engineer said, well, they can park 2 or 3 blocks away if they want to pay the annual fee. And I don't think the annual fee was the issue, but I couldn't ask two single women and an older gentleman to walk 2 to 3 blocks to get to their apartment. So I think we would have spent the money. And we have between Cortland and Washington, there's 24 parking spots there. There's hardly any of them ever used. So my tenants we had to find an alternative option for them to park. It's not necessarily convenient, but it's the best we could do. But so they're parking and walking to their apartments every day and walking by empty spots. We would buy the annual fees, or I'm sure they would be willing to buy it. And these spots aren't necessarily taken. There's a barber there, and that's about the only business there. My son's video production business is in the back, but he doesn't get customers. So there's 24 spots. There's usually 5 or 6 taken. The rest of them are empty. I would just ask, give us some options or my tenants to lease them. We'll pay the annual fee. That's the way to raise revenue. And I'm sure I'm not the only one in this situation. I bet there's multiple opportunities for people to do something like this, and you guys can raise revenue from it, because right now you're not getting anything from us. And I'm sure that if we could purchase, them spots annually that's sitting empty, it's not like they're full. It would gain revenue for you and also make my tenants very happy. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. If you could just make sure you fill out one of those blue forms for clerk's record. Thank you.
Form. Oh, I forgot to submit it. That's my first time coming up here and talking to y'all.
Thank you.
So, my name is Christine Hillard, and I'm a landlord here in Jackson. And I've never come to one of these meetings. My dad always did it, because he was one of the best of the best of the best of the best. And as I sit back here, Mr. Mayor, I keep watching you, and I've seen you look up maybe a half dozen times at people.
It's because I'm taking notes.
I thought you weren't supposed to bicker back with me.
That's at my choice.
That's at your choice. Oh, okay. But the gadflies and the peanut galleries, they don't have choices. So you've got a hard time with your budget, and I just heard you at your State of the City address say you've put in $12.5 million into signs. You want to worry about, you said street signs. I heard you. I wrote it down. You want to put $12.5 million in street signs, and you want to put millions in a path, but you don't want to worry about the roads. So are we supposed to travel on paths? Because that's your priority. You're worried about the MLK corridor, you're worried about street signs, you're worried about parks, but you're not worried about water, which I told you. That meeting over at the booze center, I said, we're already hurting. Stop. And what'd you do? You raised the water, and then you voted to raise it annually? Is that my understanding? Am I right when I say that? How many times a day do you go to Castler's? Because today I went 4 times. You want me to pay you $2 an hour every time I have to go to Castler's real quick? What it seems to me is money is not managed well. People tell me you can't even get the budgets. As I just said, I'm not normally involved in this mess. All I want to do is take care of my buildings and my people. But you're tearing up the roads, you're charging more for this, you're excluding these people, they don't have to pay anything extra, and they get grants, but everybody over here, y'all gotta pay more, but you can't raise any kind of rent. You can't do anything. I told you when my water got messed up, I gave my people almost $700. I took a loss. I worry more about my people than I think you do. You've got this bass backwards. Your job is to protect us and make us safe and make us feel like this is home. This is home. This is home. And water is a necessity, dude.
Now, Jonathan, on the transparency thing, did you take a substantial raise? It's a no comment.
Yeah, they need to take a price cut. If our first bank can work for free, then
There is no transparency.
we need to back down. Stop being
Okay,
so-
council. Now that we have finished our public comment section of the meeting, if you will refresh your screens, we will move forward to the next item on the agenda, which is the city parking system. So what I would like for us to do, I'm sorry, sir. This is our section of the meeting. You didn't even sign up for public comment to comment tonight, which I'm surprised. Please hold your outburst. I don't need easy. If you guys are interested in having comment before, then we'll start from my right and come around to the left. Okay.
Sure. I appreciate everybody coming out, and I especially appreciate everybody coming up forward and speaking their mind. I was in favor of meters. I can only speak for myself. I am in favor of doing one of two things, neither of which is keeping things the same. I think we either have to move forward and fund this system in such a way that we're actually maintaining it, or we need to race to the bottom and stop funding it at all. But charging $150,000 in assessments and then not doing any work to maintain the system afterwards, I think is the wrong approach. With that being said, I did underestimate the backlash we'd get. I will admit I think I made a mistake in my point of view early on. It is our job as city council to represent our constituents on one hand, while also weighing that against the best intentions and what's best for the city as a whole. If we did everything that everybody wanted, we would not be in a good spot. I'm telling you that right now. But with that being said, I've talked with at least 15 people. I've had probably about 30 people reach out to me. I've talked with the people, I tried to clock the people that came at me in good faith and have a conversation, whether that was via email or phone call, and 100% of them came forward against the proposal, and both of us walked away after all these conversations, neither in favor or against anything. And I think we kind of saw that tonight with the conversation and the public comments. I think we find ourselves in a really difficult position. There were a couple people, and I appreciate those couple people coming forward and being explicit with what they want. I do think it's safe to say, and the only thing that's safe to say right now is nobody wants meters. And I'm willing to reflect that because we do have options. So that's what I'll say.
I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. It's been a long. Has it only been a week or has it been 2 weeks? It's been a long 2 weeks. I've had a lot of phone calls, a lot of face-to-face meetings, and I actually came to my conclusion about a week ago when I called Jonathan to schedule this. So if it's okay, I would like to make a motion now, if that's okay, to go ahead and
repeal the parking meters and cancel doing that, and then perhaps form a committee of some of us to look better at some things that we can do.
Councilmember Davis, I'm just doing parliamentarian stuff here. It sounds like you want to make a motion to rescind City Council's March 11th, 2025 action approving the resolution for parking system user fees and the related contracts.
Yes.
All right. Without objection, Mr. Mayor, if you and Madam Clerk will take that as the motion, I'll second it.
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor with a second. I would like us to continue everybody's ability to make comment. Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. I appreciate folks who have reached out to us outside of this meeting. My count is going to be imperfect, so I apologize if I missed somebody, but I think that I heard from 3 constituents tonight who came up to the lectern, and I spoke with 2 in the audience, residents of my ward who I work for, and they came, it was a 4-to-1 split among those 5. So I think I'm comfortable with the motion to rescind. I will say the reason that this is not a matter of us not living within our means. It is a matter of, in the 1940s and 50s and 60s, previous city councils way overbuilding and then our population declining. It is a problem that many other cities face. We are not unique. Legacy or Rust Belt cities across the country are dealing with the same thing, which is too much old stuff and not enough new people. So every 3 people in this room are paying for the lifestyle of 5 people 75 years ago. That is the problem. It would be great if there was an easy thing that we could do to trim the budget here and there and fund $150 million of the road work. That's an off-the-cuff number, but I think it was somewhere around that is what it would take to redo all the roads in the city. Parking lots, I'm sure, is more. For context, our entire police and fire department combined is somewhere around 20 or 22 million. So if we completely eliminated all public safety, we would still be able to fix, sorry, I didn't get much sleep last night, but a small percentage of our roads. So this is not an easy, it's not an easy thing. I think it is clear that, I've got a toddler who's going through sleep regression. I wasn't partying. But there is no easy answer to this. If there was an easy answer, somebody would have thought about it in the last 75 years, or somebody would have solved it in one of the other 500 cities like ours across the north and northeast of this country that are struggling with this. So I appreciate everybody who came out tonight. I appreciate the work of our city staff who have attempted to find a solution that will, if not pleasing everybody, solve the problem as much as we can without pissing too many people off too much, which is a tough needle to thread. I do appreciate those in the community who are issuing their criticisms and corrective suggestions to the 7 elected officials up here, because we are the ones who are accountable to you and are responsible. And I think that there have been some comments tonight that I felt were unfair to the city staff who work really hard to do a good job at our direction. So I think it's incumbent on all of us to take accountability when we're wrong. I think we were wrong on this one. I think we've got a chance to fix it, at least this part, and try and find out what a long-term solution is. And now I will shut up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We heard a lot. We heard a lot on Facebook, email, phone calls. So I appreciate everybody coming out tonight and giving feedback. And I think I'm with Christy. When we talked on the phone, I agreed we got to walk this back and we got to look for other solutions. So I appreciate y'all coming out and sharing in person your comments and suggestions. Thank you.
Councilmember Dancy.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I thank everyone for their comments, but I guess for me, with the motion that's on the table, I heard a lot, but I haven't heard anything about solutions. What kind of solutions that's going to be downtown? How are we going to generate the revenue that we need downtown to do what we have to do with the parking lots? So, yeah, I don't have anything else.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, received some emails. I want to thank everybody for coming out. Christy and I did have some conversation after the last meeting with her concerns and my concerns. But I do know that staff and the city budget is something that is worked on. I just remember these numbers of your tax dollars. We get 19 cents out of your dollars. 19 cents per dollar is what was spoken at one of my ward meetings. So when you see what comes out, take a look at all the line items on your taxes. The city doesn't get all of those funds. So there is some education or understanding of how much of the city taxes that you pay here that we actually get. So I think the budget is looked at very closely, and dollars are designated for certain projects, and we don't have the ability to put funds where they're not entitled to go. So they're earmarked, I guess, is what I want to say. So I appreciate the staff for your dedication and hard work in trying to figure out the solution. I know that we've had businesses from downtown that come and complained about it, but this outcome tonight I've heard more against than for assessment. So, or I shouldn't say assessment, the paid parking. So with that, I appreciate everyone. And, we work tirelessly to try and meet the needs. And actually, I couldn't get to my prayer fast enough, but it was to come to a resolution that would satisfy constituents, businesses, and the city government. Thank you all.
So first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to Michelle for the phone call that she made, reaching out to me, basically saying, Mr. Mayor, if you just have time, I just want to express my concern with this. And then she also informed me that there were other business owners in the downtown area who also had concerns with this as well. Not that I needed to be told that after the countless phone calls and emails that I think that we've all received. And so I thank you for that. So immediately we selected a date for us to sit down and meet. So I could just hear for myself directly from the business owners. It's pretty clear to me from public feedback how constituents and citizens in the field feel about this entire situation. And so I'll echo what Will said and say, hey, we made a wrong decision here, which is why we almost immediately one thing we can't do is contact more than 2 council people on one issue. But it would have been nice if I would have been one of those people who was contacted, because I'm the one who has to call a special meeting. So I thank you for your work, but I think that is also important to know that this meeting was called because I then called the city manager and said, hey, we need to have a special meeting on this. Instead of going a second round of having a meeting with the businesses again to hear all over again that they're not happy about this, let's have a special meeting so we can have like public comment, have citizens come in as well as the business owners to tell us how they feel about this. In that meeting, two things came to my attention. One, and someone recorded it, so I think that probably could be shared with everybody on council so that they can also hear it, not just the one council person it was shared with, but the over resounding result from that was that business owners told myself, the vice mayor, our engineer, and our parking person, Mr. Lee. I can't think of what his specific title is, but they told us overwhelmingly exactly what Michelle came and said, because I asked the question directly. What I'm understanding is that you would rather pay an assessment than for us to have that fee shared across our entire community for those who live in Jackson and don't live in Jackson that utilize our downtown parking. You would rather that cost be put onto you as a business owner through assessment than for it to be put out there in meterless parking, because to be quite honest, folks, those are the two options that we have. I do agree there's some tightening up that we can do in the system itself. For enforcement, the second thing is there's some tightening up that we have to do on individuals who should be paying for parking passes that are not, that are also part of the problem that we have with funding the system, because they're also not paying for parking and they're moving every 2 hours to skirt the system. And I think that's kind of the elephant in the room that's not been talked about. That was not a part of the presentation. There was a lot of deep conversation with myself afterwards, after the meeting that we had. I sat down in depth with our engineer to get some historical information on, like, okay, what do we need to do to better fund it? Because let's be honest, it's not just about funding the system at the current level, because the next complaint will be the potholes in the parking lot and on the roads, which we're already having a hard enough time paying for. And so to avoid that, we have to create money that can also make sure that the parking lots are maintained. Otherwise, we're still creating an issue for down the road. We're still creating an issue for down the road. So again, tonight for me is not about solving the issue, but realizing that, hey, pay to park is not the way that we want to go, because citizens and business owners alike are saying this isn't what we want. So to me, figuring the problem out is not quite creating a committee. I wouldn't be in favor of creating a committee because that's going to take too much work. But what I would do as mayor is create a task force. Task force comprised of 2 council people, city manager, Mr. Lee, and our engineer, to create that task force to meet on a weekly basis to figure out what the changes to our assessment system would be in order for us to be able to come back. Because the fiscal year ends, I believe, in June, that we would then have to revisit this situation. And I think an additional person that I'm leaving out here is our assessor's office as well. Someone from our assessor office has to be involved in this process. And so that's kind of my opinion on the situation. And again, one thing I'm not afraid of saying is, hey, we made a wrong move. We don't get it right every single time, but I can guarantee you no decision is made with malicious intent or intent to do damage intentionally to any business, and better yet, to our citizens, most importantly, who have also overwhelmingly expressed they don't want to have to pay for parking in downtown. Little do they know they are paying for parking one way or another. And that's the part that I think not everybody realizes, or maybe they would rather it be paid for in this other way, because as of right now, citizens are paying for parking, even though they're not putting it in a meter. They're paying it through their taxes. They're paying it, and that money is coming from other places. And so that's just the bottom line, is those dollars are being paid for from general fund, which is still tax dollars. And so we still have to figure out a way to fund it. And so I will ask if there's any additional comments on the motion that is on the floor from council.
I have a question about the motion. You made it, Councilmember Wood. You amended it. The amendment didn't include anything about a task force or committee. Is that something we want to do another
Take that
motion?
separate.
Yeah, we'll take it separate. Okay, just checking.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it.
Seeing or hearing no other comments from council at this time, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Please make sure you refresh your screen so that your voting apparatus will come up correctly.
Mr. Mayor, to clarify, because this is a motion to rescind, a yes vote would undo the previous action. A no vote would maintain the metered system that we voted on last time.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, say that one more time. So the motion on the floor is a motion to rescind resolution from the March 11th, 2025 meeting and related contracts. So essentially, like Councilmember Wood said, a vote in the affirmative, a yes vote, would undo what we did do. Same way it was passed unanimous, it has been passed unanimous to undo it. And Mr. Attorney, I don't believe I need a motion, but is there a necessity for a motion for a task force to be created?
There's not a necessity of a motion necessarily if you instruct Manager Green to assemble such task force. You could certainly make it. I mean, you've outlined who you'd like to be on it, and so if you want to make the motion, I think it's perfectly appropriate.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think it's probably best to not make a motion so that the task force can proceed with some flexibility in case somebody can't make the meeting or you want to add another person.
Thank you. Council member comments. Let's go the opposite way. Councilmember Gunn.
I have no further comments tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Dancy, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Robinson.
No comments tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Wood.
You know, I got something. I would be interested in taking a look at our zoning ordinance parking minimums at some point, because there's, as I understand it, some chance that that may have some impact on the assessment rolls. So that is probably something for me to, as the planning commission person from council, to work with city administration on, but I just wanted to put it out there. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Can we request to be put on the task force?
Is that a question for me?
Oh, yeah, or somebody. I guess my comment would be, I would like to be put on the task force. I'm sorry. Oh, gosh, it's late. I don't have a big chunk of that part of the city, but I am in that area. But I would like to be on it. But I did appreciate all the council members I was able to reach. And I do want to say I didn't contact you because I knew you were meeting with business owners Monday morning, and so I just didn't do that. So I apologize if I skipped some protocol. But I was very glad that we could meet, and I'm just super excited at how many people turned out tonight, and I would love to see this many people for every city council meeting. So thank you.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Nothing for me. Thanks.
My only comment would be thank you for coming out and expressing your concern. And I also thank you for the rapid response from council on making your time available tonight for us to be able to take quick action on this. And I think that for public consumption that should be noted, that your concern was heard. No matter how upset you are about the situation, your concern was absolutely heard. And thank you. And also thank you to the chairman of the Board of Commissioners as well for sound advice. That would be the conclusion of my comments.
They don't want to hear from me, so let's go.
Looking for a
Motion to adjourn.